There. Sand. Sand everywhere. Sigh. If not for the light emitted by these glyphs, I might well have overlooked this monolith. Another seemingly barren world. For mercy, the air is nowhere near as stale, but still quite dry, and the sand will no doubt prove bothersome in due time. If you were worried about my vision, you needn't be. I can still see quite well. Okay, good. Were it not for the violet crystal embedded in its surface, 'twould appear as an ordinary stone. Curious script hath been etched upon them. Alas, it is not a language with which I am familiar. Cannot say I recognize it either. Nor I. The dragons, from what I recall, preserve their knowledge in song and eschew the written word entirely. So we may assume this is the work of another race, one we have yet to encounter. Beyond claim, the dragon's world suffered a slow death, seeking the release of oblivion. The life we find here, like as not, doth wend its way towards a similar end. Fascinating as the script is, we will glean not from what we cannot decipher. Okay. Oh. Those are cool looking. Yep, I don't think there are any currents down there, at least not that I can see yet. Oh. The hell? What do you suppose that is over there? Not sure, it's hard to make out at this distance, but its surface seems to bear the same crystals as this monument. Meaning there's a chance we may find whoever built them. Meaning there's a chance we may find whoever built them both. We should go and have a look. Come on. West, east, yeah. Hollow of the Flesh. Southwest. Oh, it's gotta be up there. Yep. Those, I think those are machines, actually. Hail, travelers. This is a most unexpected occurrence. Oh, hello there. Is this your home? Indeed it is. Forgive me, I had forgotten. An exchange of introductions is expected when first meeting those with whom one is unacquainted. The vibration of vocal folds was still required to convey our thoughts and intentions. Ea, I believe, was the pronunciation used when referring to our people. Though it is not entirely applicable, given our present state, you are welcome to use this appellation. As for nomenclature to address my individual person, I believe it would be pronounced Kafkud. Yes, Kafkud of the Counter beings that communicate intermittently through thought, but never one that is wholly without voice. I presume we are having this conversation via the medium of ether, or dynamis, as this space suffused with vast quantities of it. Fascinating in either case. I gather your response to my presence is positive then, as well, for there is something I wish to ask of you. Like yourselves, we are ether-based life forms. Therefore, it may be surmised that your bodies are of comparable biological composition to those we once possessed. I have a number of queries regarding your subjective perception of the five senses: sight, sound, taste, touch, and smell. In total, I have prepared 198,712,180,827. That's rather a lot, isn't it? My apologies, I have omitted a great many details necessary to understand the nature of my request. Though we dispensed with our corporeal vessels long ago, we have rediscovered a need for the flesh and have endeavored to recreate our erstwhile forms. However, all pertinent records have been lost due to the passage of time. Take, for example, the nervous system. It is well within our power to recreate. But we have no frame of reference for sensations once experienced by our people, which may compromise our ability to interact with our physical environment. The reason you need to regain corporeal forms? Why? To bring an end to our existence, of course. Though need is perhaps too strong a word, it would be a simple matter to unmake ourselves through the use of etheric insanguinators, but such a death seems inadequate. The traditionalists among us believe proper death requires an inescapable sense of impermanence in one's final moments, an experience found only with bodies of flesh. We should very much like to hear more of your plans. In exchange, we will answer any questions you have to the best of our ability. Might be a way to bring Thancred and Estinian back. Such an exchange of information would indeed prove useful. Very well, to ensure efficacious exchange, I hereby invite you to our home. Yes, the abode of the Iya, where we traditionalists prepare for our demise. I presume your consent to answer questions is indicative of a tacit approval of our plans, in which case your cooperation is greatly appreciated. Must caution you, however, to be mindful of the Iya wandering the desert. Their desire for bodies of flesh could be described as overzealous. Now, if you would follow me. This is going rather smoothly, not that I'm complaining, mind. And so we mustn't forget their aim is oblivion, much like the dragons. Though I fail to see why a civilization so seemingly advanced would choose to unmake all they have created. At any rate, we will find no answers dallying here. Let's be on our way. Northwest. Oh, I forgot to check these. Mathul. Okay. Oh. This area looks nice. More violet-colored crystals. I cannot place my finger on it, but there is something unsettling about them. The Isle of Dragons are shrouded in the silence of the dead, yet the stillness here doth suggest the Ia are, by and large, merely sleeping. I should not be surprised their concept of village is so different from ours, and yet... Somebody tells me you had different definitions of the word abode. They said there would be others, but I don't know what I was expecting. Well, they communicate by thought, so... Welcome to our abode. Most of our computers you will find remain idle in their domiciles, though your quizzical expressions indicate my phrasing is unclear. I speak, of course, of the violet crystalline constructs hanging from the stone structures there. You say they remain idle, but what of your work to regain corporeal bodies? Astute question, and understandable given your finite nature. We have no desire to pursue our research, for it is no longer necessary. If, in our idleness, we are struck by sudden inspiration, we rise to pursue said inspiration to its conclusion. That is why I was present for your arrival, and why I continue to engage with you still. But while the others are not currently in a motile state, rest assured they would not object were you to disturb their respite. You only cast your thoughts towards one of their crystalline domiciles to communicate. Even should they elect not to emerge, you need but cast your thoughts to the crystals to communicate with the Ia within. I suppose there's logic to creatures comprised of spiritual energy utilizing crystals as living spaces, but it's nevertheless surprising to me. Kind of cool. Cast your thoughts toward the crystalline domicile, but there is no response. Oh, let me attune to this before I forget. You wish to speak? Very well. Pray a moment, if you would. They look like fruits. Why we seek our end, you ask? If you wish to know, I will tell you. Just a moment, I must remember. What form did I take when last I emerged? Hey, Dream. It's really, really, really good. Some crazy stuff has happened. I'm getting near the end of it. Urgh. Strong moaning comes and goes, but soon fades into silence. Check out this area. This is like the last area. It's freaking incredible. Including that. I hadn't seen that one yet. It came out Friday for early access if you pre-ordered at 4 a.m. And I've been putting in about 6 to 8 hours every day just to get through it. That's how much story there is. It's official. It officially came out Tuesday. But Friday at 4 a.m. was early access for pre-orders, which was just about everybody. Did your inquiries yield satisfactory responses? I see. If they failed to answer, then it is likely because their minds have unraveled due to prolonged idleness. They are not but concentrated ether now. Worry not. There are no others who have need of those lodgings, and they will not prove a hindrance to remain as they are. More importantly, you said some few did answer your request for an audience, yes? I imagine they will be with us ere long. I had no luck, but everyone else fared well enough. Quite a few IA have awakened. Ah, there they are. I'm going to introduce you to Lach, Dudik, and Nig. I've been butchering names this entire expansion. It's been too long, Kofkud. I dare say, said her 4 since completed an orbit. Indeed, until some travelers brought it to my attention, I hadn't noticed how unraveled some had become. Travelers? Ah, of course. The ones who wish to know why we seek to regain corporeal forms. Truth of the matter is as plain to see as the neighboring systems, but my single account would fail to satisfy the requirement for scientific objectivity. Thus did I bid them awaken you. Am I the only one who struggles to tell who is speaking? Nay, thou art not. In the absence of corporeal forms and divergence they afford, mayhap such similarity in voice is unavoidable. By the way, Kofkud, have you already observed the requisite custom for the travelers? That which one is expected to do in receiving guests, a matter of proper form? Ah, yes, so long as it has been. It had completely escaped my mind. It still does. What was it again? I can't seem to remember. Neither do I. Pity, I was hoping you would. Perhaps we can search the archives for the answer. Come now, Nedig. The archives have long been frozen, lest we subject ourselves to further dollar. Surely you recall that much. Ah, of course. Food, and the custom is to serve food. Beings of flesh such as they must regularly replenish their ether, By contributing to their replenishment, we communicate our friendly intention. That's right, that's right. We duly invite you to join us in communal repast, after which we may engage in leisurely conversation. If we have a chance to learn something, then I see no reason to decline. Excellent. If you would care to follow, we shall feast you on the purest ether. How much ether would be adequate for your kind, I wonder? As I recall, there's a fine line between optimal satiation and violent sickness. Throughout the universe, but few races have completely shed their flesh as we have. As a result, we seldom receive visitors from other systems. Extreme differences can inhibit meaningful interaction, you see, and none more so than those which affects communication. Most entities, for example, cannot even comprehend our words. You are rare indeed in your ability to do so. You avail yourselves of Dynamis. Yes, it's an impressive application, even if it is ultimately pointless like all the rest. I think that I had forgotten what had become of the archives. How much has my essence deteriorated since last I was awake? Not that I am averse to having my mind fade away in this manner. It isn't so unlike the natural degradation of one's flesh. How delightful. If it is as I suspect, then this so-called feast... Actually, let's just see it for ourselves. Fear not, we are not like to come to harm. If they are thus able to replenish their ether, the loss of vital sustenance isn't like to be the cause of their demise. Ether, they said, but I can't help but feel a bit nervous. Judging by the construction of this facility, it would seem the Ia directly draw upon the ether. We were told to stand wherever we like. This strikes me as less of a meal and more a ritual. Now, she told me we will rely on our companions, despair and hope. So rely on them to get to where we need to go and hope to get them back. So I'm hoping. Have faith. This facility is where we replenish our ether. There's no particular name for it, but we traditionalists sometimes use the word restaurant. Now then, if you would take your place with your comrades, the space will soon be awash with purest ether. Please absorb as much as you like. If you're worried about the quality of ether, don't be. We guarantee it is the purest stuff. Okay. Brace yourself for a rush of sweet, sweet ether, but nothing seems to happen. Perhaps you need to wait a little longer. Brace yourself again, but again, nothing seems to happen. Just as I had suspected. As meticulously as one might recreate the Ia's home world, this is Ultima Thule. One cannot simply generate ether here. As recreations, our friends are oblivious to this fact, the very truth of their existence, much like the phantoms of the recreated Amarat. However, appearances may seem, we must ever be mindful that it is the memories of the dead with whom we deal. Yeah, ether is pure stuff. First one's free. So, did you have your fill of ether? Alas, we couldn't absorb it. Deficiency. God, I can't say that word. Deficiency in our forms, it would seem. Oh, how very unfortunate. May I ask how you normally replenish your ether? Through your mouths, you say? How very primitive and quaint. To think that their mouths serve not only to expel sound, but draw in sustenance besides. Such life forms have long since vanished from our systems. Though we regrettably could not partake of your magnificent feast, rest assured we feel your welcome. We feel your welcome most keenly. In the course of acquainting ourselves with your sophisticated ways, however, we could not fail to wonder. Wheretofore do you wish to obtain vessels of flesh, and thence to vanish? Will you not favor us with an explanation? You flesh and blood beings are always so hasty. It does have its charm, however. Very well, we shall indulge you. In the beginning, when the yet possessed corporeal bodies, our ancestors dedicated themselves to the pursuit of knowledge and technological advancement. By transcending all limitations, we believed we would eliminate sorrow and abide in true happiness. From the tangible, such as land, to the intangible, such as labor, there exist myriad hindrances to progress. The most confining of all was the flesh itself. Our natural lifespan was distressingly middling, you see. Too short to enjoy unhurried lives, yet too long to be considered disposable. Furthermore, to simply maintain the integrity of our bodies demanded considerable resources. But we managed to solve this problem. After long years, we discovered how to become uncorporeal entities with everlasting lives, untroubled by the failures of the flesh. Thus changed, we had more time and freedom to continue our scientific pursuits. We went on to make ever greater studies in our quest to transcend all limitations until we finally decided to challenge the last of them all, the limit of knowledge. That is to say, deciphering the laws of creation. We sought to discover how the universe came into being and explain all extant phenomena, and thence predict the future. If we could but achieve this, we believe that we would be free from uncertainty and anxiety. And did you find the answers you sought? Yes, we did. Our efforts revealed to us a fundamental truth. Knowledge of said truth is essential for the continuation of our conversation. If you would learn more, we will share it with you. No, we mustn't. Primitive as they are, it would be unspeakably cruel to deprive them of their ignorance. They are possessed of corporeal forms, their lives readily ended. And those who have gone before, it is not our duty to warn them? What thinkest thou? We have deliberated and come to a consensus. If you are resolved to know it, we will disclose to you the truth we discovered, the truth of the universe. Seek us at the stone pillars just outside the bounds of the abode, a place called Elegia. Elegia? Elegia. Yeah, probably. 'Tis true that a lack of knowledge can beget fear, therefore, in theory, by acquiring all knowledge, it may be possible to attain peace. But as Hyland told us, all those peoples who attempted to free their worlds from life's woes met with failure. And ye are among them, as their presence here attests. The tale we are about to hear will not be a happy one. You may be intimately familiar with a problem, know it like the back of your hand, yet be powerless to solve it. In the course of my struggles, I've often been made keenly aware of this fact. I wonder, have the IA never felt the same frustration? To define the laws of creation would have been no small feat, even for the IA. Nay, having eternal life, and hence no sense of taste, would only have made it harder. Such tremendous drive for knowledge they once must have had, and I struggled to reconcile it with the listless beings before us. Whatever answers they found did not bring them happiness. Like her master, you still seeketh the truth of creation. How will the truth of Ea, who uncovered all only to desire the end, fall upon her ears? Fundamental truth. We will hear it, of course. Let us learn what has led such an enlightened people to this indolent end. Before we hear the climax of the US tale, mayhap I should speak of... Second thought, it'll only be a distraction. We will talk more when the time is right. Where knowledge leads. Something seems to be weighing on Oryanji's mind. Ere we join the IA, there is one trifling matter I would fain investigate. Ero Gratia, might I trouble you for your assistance? Sure. But of course. My thanks. We shall head outside the abode if you would kindly follow me. I know not what mischief you are plotting, Oryanji, but I trust you have our best interests at heart. The rest of us shall go on ahead to Elegia. Lest you worry, we won't start without you. Or maybe it's Elegia. Elegi? I don't know. Elegai? As long as Oryanji explains it to you, then I shall be satisfied. Do lend him an ear in my stead. There's not but desert out here. There's not but desert out there. What could Oryanji wish to investigate? Go on and assist Oryanji with this mysterious task. We shall wait for you. Okay. Gyugizi? Gyugisv. I'm sorry, but did you just speak to me? You see, I haven't spoken to anyone in such a very, very long time. Anyhow, what is it that you need? Not that I imagine there's much I can do for you. What do you do here? I am, or rather I was. Wait, what was I? Ah, yes, I was a researcher of sorts studying the secrets of the universe. But that was so very, very, very long ago. I am little more than the detached wisp you see before you. Despairing in my knowledge of the inevitable end, I simply gaze in the void, ever in vain. This place has no name as such. If you must call it something, then call it the abode of the Ea, for it is where we live, if indeed one could call this tenuous grasp on existence life. A scattered, deluded few of my kind strive to regain some semblance of our former glory, but the enlightened among us know that is all for naught. The end is inevitable. It is but a matter of time. That's sort of the theme of what's going on right now. That everything has an end. That's where we are now to try to stop it. A being is sending the song of oblivion to everybody, essentially. Tapping into their deepest fears and just getting them to essentially give up. What the hell is that? In the most basic of terms. A spring, and a sizable one at that. I hadn't noticed it amidst the dunes. Interesting. Aye, this place shall serve. Is it the spring that you wish to investigate? Pray forgive me, my friends, but there is not to investigate. 'Twas but a pretense to speak in private. Okay. You have our undivided attention. Yeah, they are playing that. As we have established here in Ultima Thule, those denizens of ruined stars are recreated in their twilight days. Yet one question doth arise in my mind. So faithfully formed are the simulacra, they believe themselves yet amongst the living. How dost thou suppose this is possible? Medion has taken their hearts unto herself. Medion made contact with them while they still lived. Taken their hearts unto herself. I'm inclined to agree. If Medion can take the emotions of others as her own, I dare say she would be able to recreate them more faithfully than had she relied on any historical account. By which logic, she must have visited them while they still lived. The dragons and the both. Maybe it's Aya. Aya sounds better. So too did I theorize, and upon that assumption, consider how those two races may have met their demise. Each other. According to thine own tale, Medion perceiveth the emotions of those nearby as her own. A heightened sense of empathy, intrinsic to her nature as an entelechy. In the course of her star-faring journey, if she encountered beings who strongly desired a cessation of their existence, she would be powerless before that desire. Even as she possesses the power to grant it, the power of Dynamis. 'Tis my supposition that, overwhelmed by their longing for death, Medion did unleash Dynamis and ushered the dragons and the Aya unto their doom. Of course, such is not always the outcome. Full many stars did she find already lost to ruin. In order to create a terminus, however, the fervent desire for the end is essential. Therefore, should you struggle to find the way forward, pray ask yourselves this. In the place where you stand, whose is the soul that yearneth most desperately for oblivion? Hermes, right? Why do you tell us this now? Ne'er again would I betray your trust. This pledge I did make to my comrades. In bringing thee into my confidence, I would remain true to my word. As for thee, let us consider my fitting reward for the secrets I harbored for the Crystal Exarch. No, not you, Urianger. I once played my faith in thy chosen path, walking at thy side full knowing that we were bound for thy demise. I ask now that thou returnest the favor and abide in faith as I fulfill mine own destiny. No! If you say my debt has come due, how am I to refuse? 'Tis indelicate of me, I know full well, and I can but beg thy forgiveness. Yet even if I must needs go to such lengths, I cannot well feign ignorance of the answer I have found within. The answer to the question, in what moment might I stand strongest? After all that we've been through, I will say only this. Do what you must, do what you must, do what you must, do what you must, and see your conviction through. I shall, my friend, I shall. Without further ado then, let us go to join our comrades. No, can't lose any more. I think that's what he wants to do. Let's be off to Elegea. If I'm understanding that right. Yeah, so if we find the way forward, or if we struggle to find the way forward, we have to think of him. Because that's how we've been moving forward so far. They all better not be gone. I mean, it's just... There better be a way to get them back. I mean, these things can unmake, but they can also create. I don't want to lose any more. Wow, Ruth. The internal workings of your mind are so different from ours, it is miraculous that we're able to communicate at all. Yet the vastness of our intellect and enlightenment is no doubt beyond your grasp. Companion in front, the one called Ishola, she seems the keenest to learn the truth. I pity her. It would seem your star too has been plunged into a panic-induced cataclysm. We hope that our tale will not serve to exacerbate it. We are prepared for our recounting. To facilitate comprehension, the information will be simplified to match your primitive minds. Oh, you're here already? Your comrade said you would be late. Don't mind me. Come, let us hear the let us hear the Aya's tale, and learn what caused such enlightened beings to crave nihility. While we waited, we mentioned our star's situation to the Aya. They nodded sagely or something to that effect. I understand you've taken care of business. If you're ready to begin, then so are we. Seems everyone is accounted for, shall we then?
Please continue. Tell us about this truth you discovered.
Very well. Bear in mind, however, that the purpose of this conversation is not to impart scholarly knowledge, for such requires that you comprehend the subject matter, which you will not. We will forego the intricacies of our scientific methodology and deal only with the conclusion. The end of our society and our world. We acknowledge, with regret, that your star is in the midst of the same panic-induced cataclysm that befell Deneb 3. As such, in order to avoid causing undue distress, we will refrain from explicitly stating how much time you have remaining.
You are entirely too kind. I pray you recount your tale as you see fit.
In the beginning, the universe was but a tiny particle. Then suddenly, this particle began to expand. Having remained entirely in the bounds of your star, the phenomenon may be difficult for your kind to grasp. But this expansion has since continued unabated. Speculating that the universe could not grow indefinitely, we sought to learn what might occur, and made a worrying discovery. The stars will continue to spread apart, as will their finite thermal energies. Eventually, all heavenly bodies will grow cold and freeze. No new stars will be born, and the universe will enter into an eternal ice age. In hopes of proving that this determination was erroneous, we scrutinized our research from all angles, even as we sought to avert the everlasting winter. The endeavor proved fruitless. So infamously so, in fact, that it became synonymous with vain effort. The universe as we know it would end, and there is no way to prevent it. Beneath the weight of this knowledge, our society stagnated. Though we had time still, it was a cold comfort.
Well, that's not depressing at all. Damn.
Why strive for anything when desolation is assured? When our wealth of wisdom, accumulated since the dawning of our kind, would be forever lost. No civilization would rise from our ashes. No scholar recover our knowledge. In silence unbroken, naught would stir. Intellect was once our pride. Overnight, it became our shame. Our works, monuments to futility. Immortality, our greatest invention, became a source of suffering. Rather than suffer on, many chose to unmake themselves by means of etheric exsanguinators. Etched upon these stones are the testaments of such souls. Though many left no words at all, thinking it a pointless gesture. Once we have obtained vessels of flesh, we likewise intend to vanish. If you understand this, understand aught of our tale, you will abandon your quest for knowledge. Ignorance truly is bliss. If you would cling to your illusory happiness, Remain primitive and pure. It is the only way.
So that's your story. While I appreciate your advice, I will not heed it. Convinced though you may be of this truth, it is yours and not mine. Indeed, truth, I have ever believed, is in the eye of the beholder.
Are you suggesting that we have reached a faulty conclusion? That our science failed us?
Hardly. As you yourself said, the subject matter is beyond my comprehension. And that, I accept, is true. I do not possess the knowledge to prove or disprove your conclusion. In my mortal years, I doubt I could even approach the wisdom of the Air. But of one thing am I absolutely certain. I will not be happier in ignorance.
Y'shtola, no! You mustn't!
The most important lesson I've learned is that learning isn't simply passing one's eyes over words. Nay, 'tis when understood for oneself that knowledge attains its true value. This is what has sustained me, driven me onward in joy and wonder, in anger and sorrow. The universe may end, and all may be for naught. But I will live as I always have. I will always seek out new knowledge. And no conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire.
I suppose it is only to be expected. Their feeble minds cannot fathom the terrifying gravity of it all. But worry not. We consider it our duty to enlighten you. And we will not stop until you grasp the full extent of our despair.
Keep calm and listen well. Though my body will soon dissipate, there may be a way to restore it. Asm's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't, for it would mean losing our way forward. This I only reveal so that you can promise not to invoke the magic. We came here knowing what victory may cost, so press on, and do not look back.
I shall join thee. As subterfuge is not required, thou shalt not suffer for mine absence.
Riange.
My resolve hath never been as strong as thine. Full oft have I wavered in my decisions, and afterwards been stricken with regret. In spite of this, I may still stand with my comrades, supporting them as they attempt the greatest of feats. This truth I have learned in the course of our journey. And many though my shortcomings may be, I may also claim to excel in prophecies. My studies, into which have granted me the flexibility of mind needed to bend this malleable reality. Thus shall I hope that thou mayest have the strength to resist, and our comrades the strength to continue.
With you to urge us on, how could we possibly fail?
What's this? An extinguished civilization. Rekindled.
That's right. Our quest doesn't end here. We'll press on, and we will find you.
There. That's where you'll find me.
Is that another star?
Of the stars we visited, most were already devoid of life. And where there was life still, the inhabitants wished for death. But even death, we learned, isn't truly the end. It is but a part of the cycle of rebirth. Souls return to the star, or in its absence, a larger flow. And eventually they are reborn. Alive again, to know suffering anew. True salvation lies not in dying. It lies in not being born. This is the gift I would give to you. To all life on beautiful Aetheris. To that end, we created an egg wherein life cannot quicken. That dead sun. Attain it if you can, before your friend's emotions fade away, along with their protection.
Okay, so the magic... Azim's magic can restore them. But we would lose our way forward, so we couldn't stop Medion. Wherein life cannot quicken. Obtain it if you can, so if we get that, we can save them and not lose our way forward. I hope. What's going on is Medion discovered all that. So she wants, from my understanding, that song to reach everything. So like you just said there, so it would better to just not be... It would be better to not be born. Never have I felt such emptiness. It's as if a part of me is gone. Fine, Arrow. Like I said, our quest doesn't end here. If I understand it. There's been a lot going on in this expansion. Oh, and this is the 90s stuff. Are you all ready to continue on? And let us make for where that light shone. Yashtola and Urianger have opened the way for us. Like, there's a lot more, too, you've missed, where it's... There's a whole quest line that explains everything that goes up to it and the thoughts behind it, which explains what's going on a lot better. Which would make more sense than what you're seeing here. Judging by the direction, this should be the place. Some manner of a device. If our friends awakened it, then it should be safe to use. I will not believe we can't recover them. Yes, I can feel it. The ether emanating from the arcane pattern. She even mentioned their emotions and their protection. This is a portal and no mistake. Let us see where it leads. Where does that away? What manner of place awaits us, I wonder? Wow. This game is really fucking with my emotions so bad, because I'm looking at this going, this is incredible. At the same time, having lost all these companions is killing me too. Because like she said, rely on your companions, depend on them. And they'll depend on you. They'll rely on you. God, it's so weird seeing so few of them now. Amazing, yet another civilization. Attacked as soon as you arrived. Not the most welcoming of places, is it? This has to be Omega's world. Must try to find denizens who are amenable to conversation. We should also get the lay of the land, see how far we can go. I'll help Alpha know with that. In the meantime, you and Grauha can search for friendlier folk. Apart from hostile beings, take care with your footing. I mislike the look of this terrain. Yeah, it reminds me of the escapes from Stormblood. Not knowing what the locals are like, you'd best take care of yourselves. You'd best take care of yourselves. We'll find you once we've finished exploring. Yeah, but that wouldn't really work because Aetheris, which is our homeworld, is already falling apart. They're already at the final days. This is essentially our last chance. I expect the twins will seek the outermost bounds of the Isle, so I propose we search the central area. There are machines patrolling here and there, sentinels in all likelihood. Like those you encounter, they will most certainly attack any who venture too close. So let's avoid them and look for others that appear more approachable. And she also, Medion, that girl you saw, she's based purely on emotion. You see not but patrolling machines in the area, they do not seem inclined to nonviolent intercourse. And this whole area is based purely on emotion too. Again, there's like a whole nother section of this that explains why everything has come to be as it is. Which I think would make a lot more sense for you. Because I've been trying to guess this whole time too, and each time I think I have an idea, I'm completely wrong. Oh, there's a current right there. Yeah, we'll get that. Whoops. It's an hour. I don't think they do that. Granted, I never played Final Fantasy XI, so I wouldn't know. Unless you're talking about what this was before. 14 was before they fixed it, if that's what you're referring to. Oops. Because A Realm Reborn is basically, let's just rush everything, not make any sense, completely ruin it, and then Yoshi P had to come in and fix it, and for him it was basically like, yeah, there's no way we can fix this. You guys just did this for a quick cash grab, and you've pissed off everybody. Recharge required, please leave this unit. This is additional entity detected. Okay, well, the machines here do not appear hostile. Let's see if we can communicate with them. Begging your pardon, but we are searching for the denizens of the star. This is unknown life forms detected. Assigning generic label, interplanetary travelers. Greetings and welcome to the planet. Bloop. Planet, what? Could you please repeat that? It appears your hearing organ is unable to process the name in our tongue. Maybe translate into yours as Alphatron. Our people, meanwhile, are called the Omicrons, and you stand within one of our outposts. The Omicrons, you say? And what is it that you do here? We're preparing for war. As we presently do not have a designated target, you have nothing to fear. Should your star become designated, however, you will be taken into custody and terminated. And/or terminated. Nice use of the Final Fantasy boxes there. Not a little frightening, these Omicrons, but at least they seem to be forthright. I will see what else I can learn from this fellow if you could try speaking with the others. Yeah, that's what happened. I don't think they would do that, though, what you're saying, because I know the background of it, what it was a little bit, and he had to do that just because that was the only way to fix it. And even then, he had a major nightmare trying to fix everything. Because there's a documentary on YouTube and stuff you can watch. Because the graphics were terrible, controls weren't, it was a mess. But I don't think he would do it here, because he said before, it would be a nightmare to do. Greetings, traveler. I'm venturing outside the outpost. Beware malfunctioning units. They do not heed Sir's commands and indiscriminately attack all non-Omicrons. For the avoidance of confusion, be advised that Sir is the alias of Stigma 1. Sir issues instructions to our forces as the foremost of the 6 strategic matrices that bear the designation Stigma. Jesus Christ. What was that? For the further avoidance of confusion, be advised that Sir is composed of multiple distinct but interconnected units, each of which performs a specific function. I'll be right back. Oops, I'm back. Alright. Whoops. Clear that out. Where was I here? Measuring combat capability. Result negligible. Subject falls outside targeting parameters. Greetings, traveler. We are the Omicrons, and our objective is self-enhancement. In order to achieve this, we venture forth in conquest to acquire combat data and resources. Most recently, we succeeded in subjugating a homeworld of beings whose strength was said to be without parallel, the dragons. Yet though the endeavor yielded a wealth of combat data, the star was rendered barren and unable to yield resources. Subsequent costing determined that the losses incurred exceeded the gains. Jesus, so they fought the dragons. They wiped out the homeworld. And then hang on a second. Where was it? Omega, that's right. So this is Omega's people. I was right. And then we're probably going to tell them what happened to Omega. That'll cause that. That's crazy. Bloop bloop. Autonomous weapon deployment complete. Vanguard armament upgrade complete. Munition levels satisfactory. Combat readiness assessment nominal. Awaiting instructions from Sir. Maintaining state of combat readiness. You learned a few things? So did I. Ere we share our findings, however, I believe it best to step outside the outpost. Come with me. Ah, there you are. We finished surveying the area. This will come as no surprise, but there was no way forward. There were portals like the ones we used to get here, but those that worked only sent us to isolated isles. Then as before, we must locate the embodiment of the emotion that bars the way. What of yourselves? Did you find anyone to speak with? So the Omicron seek to advance themselves, through conquest. Following their victory over the dragons, they stand ready for the next campaign, but their leader has yet to issue new commands, and so they wait. Could that be Omega? Such a place, who could it be that fits Urianger's description? A soul whose yearning for oblivion surpasses all others. Urianger said this? During our investigation, before we joined you in Allegia, so that's the way of it. Why couldn't you just say it to all of us? Given what we know of this place, it's certainly a curious state of affairs. While the dragons and the Ea long for death, the Omicrons long for conflict. As much as that may lead to destruction, it must be considered a distinct desire. Yes. In order to find the source of the dominant emotion, I believe we should seek out their leader, this Sir. According to M032, the first Omicron with whom we spoke, there's a console by which we might communicate with it. M032 also added that it would be a pointless exercise, but that in itself, I believe, is worth investigating. What say you? Considering the Omicron single-minded character, the lack of new orders does seem unusual. I agree that we should seek out their leader. Pointless exercise, what does that mean, I wonder? So the console we seek lies on the far side of this aisle. Given the nature of the ground, the route may not be entirely direct as it seems. Let's all watch our step as we make our way. Well, pointless exercise, I mean, if everything around them is considered dead, then there's nothing to conquer. That's what they think anyways, but if they think if there's something to conquer, they'll target it and go after it. So much going on. Umbral wind. And then there's one there. Figured as much. Like if our emotion is hope, or essentially good emotions. Whoa. That looks awesome. Damn. Greetings, sir. Can you hear me? Say something if you can. Awaken, activate, password. Well, I tried. The glow would suggest it is still operational, but how are we to interact with it? This appears to be the console, but it seems unresponsive. You care to take a look at it? Judging by the size of the Omicrons we met, I'm reasonably confident the console is controlled via the orb. Try touching, smacking, and attuning with the console, but there's no response. No luck, I see. But there must be a way to activate it. There must.
Well, I'm out of ideas.
As am I. Operating such consoles is trying enough, but if we can't even activate it...
Perhaps there is a way. First, consider the world that has been recreated here. Its inhabitants were machines who gathered combat data to enhance themselves. and among the many wars they waged, the most notable was that against the dragons. As you've doubtless surmised, I believe this was the homeworld of Omega. Sid built a jamming device to defeat it, a device which generated massive bursts of lightning, its sole weakness.
That's all well and good, but what does that... Wait. You're not thinking to strike the console with lightning, are you?
As a matter of fact, I am. Ask yourselves this. Why would an entity as puissant as Omega not be designed to suppress the effects of lightning?
Because it relies upon it, or something akin to it, as a source of energy.
My thoughts exactly. And there is a good chance the same is true of the Omicrons and their devices. So, shall I cast caution to the wind and try something reckless and dramatic? You still have it! Sid and Nero's legendary device which brought low the superweapon Omega. Wait, the actual device was much too big to lug around, so you must only have the control module. And there I was getting all excited. Never mind. An old-fashioned spell will suffice.
Damn. I couldn't remember how big it was.
It worked!
Opening connection to communications module 1. Connection established. Transmission. Strategic Matrix Sigma 1 now online. As the primary strategic matrix, you may address me as Sir. Checking for new communications. None found. All units please maintain current state. End transmission. Closing connection.
Wait! We have questions for you! Of late, no mission orders have been issued. Why not? Has there been some manner of trouble?
Reply. The Extended Operations Unit is yet to determine guidelines for future assignments. All strategies are calculated, devised, and actioned in accordance with said guidelines. In the interim, all citizens are directed to maintain a state of combat readiness. End reply. Awaiting query.
Can you tell us why the Extended Operations Unit hasn't yet determined the guidelines?
Unable to comply. Information unavailable or access restricted.
In that case, is it possible for us to communicate directly with the unit?
Access denied. Unable to establish connection.
Is there anything you can tell us? Have there been any abnormalities, like a threat to the star or widespread unrest?
Reply. Negative. All citizens continue to operate at maximum efficiency. If your operations are suboptimal, please proceed to a maintenance facility for evaluation. Otherwise, stand by at your designated post. End reply. End transmission. Closing connection.
I could activate it again, but I doubt it would be productive. What do you think?
If all the Omicrons really were running as efficiently as it claimed, then I doubt they were hoping for life here to end. As this Sir told us, there just haven't been any new instructions, and everyone is standing by.
Should be standing by at any rate. If there are those that are neglecting their duties, perhaps we can glean a clue from them. I propose we take another look around, and also try to find the operations unit.
So what I think is going to happen is we're going to lose everybody. We're going to fight Medion, defeat her. But then at the last second, we'll use Azim's magic to bring them back. And then we'll use the teleporter that they all have to get back to the ship. I think. Though I never encountered Omega myself, in conceiving the means to send the Crystal Tower to the First, we borrowed much from its mastery of the Rift. Indeed, so many times that I read the report of your battles, I believe I could recite it word for word. Omega's miniature likeness also survived to the future. A little worse for the wearer, I must confess I was delighted to see it again in the present. I remember when we set Omega loose to deal with Shinryu. Elegant weapon, we once thought, and here we are now visiting a recreation of its homeworld. I can only imagine how else these beings will surprise us. Let us focus our search on the outpost. As I know, I will try speaking with the Omicrons this time in the hopes we might learn something new. Meanwhile, perhaps you and Gra could observe them from a distance. These beings are systematic and routine by nature. If there are any that aren't, it shouldn't be too difficult to spot them. If there are no questions, then let us begin at once. Sounds good. As we came this way, I believe I spied a promising vantage point. Follow me. Check that out. Oh, there it is. Whoa. See, what I don't know is if these are recreations, these machines, or if they're real. That's what I'm not sure on. Since they just haven't gotten any new orders. Here we are. I see the twins are wasting no time with their inquiries. Let's begin observing the Omicrons. They're supposed to be standing by, so we should look for any that aren't. Search space Omicron for errant Omicrons. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Okay. That's no Omicron. It's an Ambystoma, and especially lively one at that. What are they doing here? Perhaps it snuck aboard the Ragnarok, but however it came to be here, seems to be completely in its element. There were birds in those emotions, too. Oh, there it is. I saw it moving. Hold still. Omicron wanders about ceaselessly, as if lacking a clear objective. Omicron wandering aimlessly? Where? Aha, I see it. It's left the base. Let's follow it. What machine would dislike not for a species bent on conquest? What machine? What purpose would they be looking for? What duties they serve? Munitions, maybe? Because if you're spending munitions, then they make them. But if you're not spending any, then they lose a purpose. That one I talked to said the ammunition was fine. It's not here, but it definitely came this way. Must have used the portal. Time to go through and see what we find. Nothing nearby. Save malfunction units. Come, the portal awaits. Whoa. Just avoid them. I'll go this way. M017. That looks nice. That looks like a plant and robot combination. Synthetic, organic. What is your query? Ah, you found it. What are you doing here? Yeah, maybe it's tending to that. I'm looking at the tree. Searching for purpose, maybe? Quite an unusual specimen. What is the device attached to it? The tree is a sample collected from another star. As it cannot survive in our environment, however, it requires life support. That is the function of the device. Go to such lengths to sustain it? Is there something special about this tree? Being foreign matter, protocol requires that we study it. As this task has been completed, the specimen may be discarded. However, when I behold the tree, I am made to feel as though there is a problem. In order to become strong, we have continued to enhance ourselves, like we did countless others. We conquered the star whence this tree came. It is the last remnant of a dead world, and there's nothing towards which it may aspire, yet it grows, extends its branches, sprouts leaves, produces seeds. Why does it seek to continue? Why was it made to behave in such a way, and to what end? I do not understand. I see. Out of curiosity, does this pertain to your duty? No, it does not. My apologies. I shall return to my designated post and assume a state of combat readiness. So, is acting outside of orders. Perhaps it is simply a malfunctioning Omicron. These are by no means uncommon. But it may also be a unit possessed of the ability to make decisions. One not unlike Sir. Excuse me. I believe this bears further investigation. Me too. To endeavor to live, even if we must depend on forces beyond our control. Tell me, Arrow, one day when this adventure becomes a part of your epic, do you think I will be mentioned in it? Of course, why wouldn't you be? Maybe in a footnote. You're not here so you can be in a story. You're not here so you can be in a story. Of course, why wouldn't you be? Truly think so? That would be Nay, I shouldn't say such things until the moment comes to pass. Never mind the embarrassment. Well, we had best get on with our task. Tracking down Sir and understanding the nature of the emotion which bars our way. Ready to take the next step. Hello, world. We should return to the outpost for now. The others will wish to hear about the errant Omicron. I've given them the short of it, if you would care to provide the full account. Appears the two of you made a promising discovery. Graz says you found a suspicious Omicron. That's good because the units here are of no help. They all have the same thing to say about the extended operations unit, that there's no way to arrange a direct meeting. Still, that served to prove that it's business as usual at the outpost. Enough about us. Tell me you learned something more useful. An Omicron trying to make sense of the meaning of life. None of the others were even a fraction as philosophical. This unit may well be in a position of leadership, perhaps even one of those that comprise Sir. As we know, the Omicrons invade other stars and enhance themselves using the spoils of conquest. With the technology at their disposal, they should be able to alter their bodies, be it in part or in whole. Setting aside the question of motive, if Sir, for example, wished to have an ordinary Omicron's body, I see no reason why it would not be possible. Problem is how to go about ascertaining if that's what happened. When I attempted to probe further, it promptly ended the conversation. If it is indeed Sir, I doubt it would willingly reveal its true identity. I have an idea. We use lightning on the console again, but we make it stronger, much stronger. At that moment, should the unit exhibit a reaction that could suggest that it has connection to Sir? Inspired idea. I dare say it is worth a try. I had a feeling you'd be on board. This time you must allow me to do the honors. I will stand guard in case your incantation draws sentries to the scene. For my part, then, I will approach our suspect and divert its attention. During which time, I want you to observe it closely for anomalous behavior. I should mention that shortly before you returned, an Omicron appeared from the same direction. Rather than entering the outpost, however, it headed off towards the console. First I assumed it was a unit on patrol, but perhaps that could only be our errant Omicron. We must seek it out and begin our operation at once. Alright, Alpha No and I will stand by at this console, and it's time I'll unleash a veritable storm. So work, I'm sure of it. After all, our comrades are watching over us. Come, my friend, let us find this doubt-plagued Omicron. Maybe it hasn't received any communication because it doesn't want to until it understands the tree's purpose. Or maybe the idea if they're constantly destroying things, they're also enhancing themselves, like that tree. I don't know. I was trying to make a point, then I kind of lost track where I was. If that tree can survive near obliteration, maybe their conquests are pointless. Even for everything they've learned. For it's just a simple tree. It is you again. What is your query? You're the one that was observing the tree, are you not? Full glad I am to find you again. I have a question for you, you see. About the device which sustains the tree. Probably does not necessitate the Disclosure of restricted information. Very well. Crowd has been distracting the Omicron. Soon, Owlsley will strike the console with lightning. Observe M0117 closely for anomalous behavior after Owlsley has cast her spell. You may move. Okay. That seemed odd. An anomaly, you say? Performing diagnostic. Error confirmed. My connection to Central Command is suffering from intermittent failures. I must leave at once to present myself for maintenance at the nearest facility. You will excuse me. What you need, my friend, isn't maintenance. It is to confront the truth. While we spoke, our comrade struck the console used to communicate with Sir. That is the cause of your anomaly. You are connected to Sir, aren't you? Affirmative. To what end you sought to assert this fact, I do not know. But before we speak further, we must move away from the other units. I do not wish for them to know my true identity. Very well, our friends are at the console. Let us head there. Not as amiss with the other Omicrons, I dare to hope we have found that which prevents our advance. Little jolt works wonders, doesn't it? All that's left is to have this Omicron divulge the truth to us. This unit struggles to understand why the tree continues to grow despite being destined to die. Let us shed light on his doubts, that we may shine the way forward.
As you have surmised, I am part of the shared intelligence of Stigma 1. It was my charge to determine the optimal path to achieving our prime function. This body had been abandoned by its former owner and lay unused. I took it and abandoned my own, and with it, my duty.
May we ask why you did this? From what we gather, it seems to be a personal matter.
Our kind did not always work as we do now. Long ago, we possessed frail and feeble bodies. Beleaguered by stronger races, our ancestors took to augmenting their flesh in order to defend themselves. What began with limited parts eventually spread to the whole body, and at last, a means was discovered to convert the mind into data, rendering even the brain obsolete. Such complete mechanical beings were called the Omicrons, and by their might, we came to reign supreme over the star. Even then, we did not feel secure. For we knew that the universe was home to civilizations aside from our own. Civilizations that may be stronger still than us. Rather than risk becoming the subjugated, we chose to become the subjugator. We began our conquest of the stars, that we might acquire the resources and knowledge we needed to reign supreme. We were successful in that endeavor. So powerful did we become, we could lay low even the mighty dragons. But then something unexpected happened. I began experiencing an error. I could no longer determine an optimal path.
You were malfunctioning.
I performed numerous full system scans, each time finding no issues. Yet the error persisted. It was then that I speculated. What could happen if we grew so powerful as to have no equal? To become stronger was essential to our existence. Our every action has been in service to this objective. But if nothing lies beyond this, can it be truly said that it was essential? Have we been engaging only in wanton destruction?
You could find no threat to justify your purpose.
The Omicrons will never leave this star. They will stand by until their reserves of energy is spent, for I have no path to offer them. None.
It is not our place to pass judgment on the deeds of the Omicrons. But surely, this does not have to spell the end of your people. With your power and knowledge, the possibilities are endless. Why not seek out a new purpose?
That is impossible. In the beginning, we had a higher purpose than our pursuit of power. But we lost sight of it when we so irrevocably altered our fundamental forms. When we cast aside our flesh, so too did we cast aside all that defined us. Nothing remains of who we once were. I have no aspirations. No longer can I dream. The vital spark is lost. Lost amidst circuitry and code and commands.
I believe I know how to overcome this despair. The words are ready in my mind, but ere I speak them, I want you to make me a promise. Be it across time or space, our promises have always connected us. And so I ask that you indulge me once more. that this won't be the end. Is that so? In that case, I won't hold back. First, I want to visit Ishgard with you. Properly. We scarcely had time to look around last time. I should like it very much if you could show me the sights. Next, you must regale me with your greatest adventures, in the places where you lived them, if possible. I may have read about all your deeds, but there is no substitute for a first-hand account. And last but not least, a new adventure together, unlike any we've experienced before. We'll travel the lands, cross the seas, and take to the skies upon the eternal wind. And it will be marvelous. It will. If you would humor me a moment. When we awaken each morning, how can we prove that we're the same individual who retired the night before? Through the remembrance of past events, we might say. We have our memories, yet there are times when we forget or recall incorrectly. What of our bodies, then? It is the same one, we might say, yet technically speaking, as living beings, our bodies are constantly changing. It will never be as it was at an earlier point in time. Our souls are no more immutable. On our star, people are known to inherit the souls of others, yet they are decidedly different beings. For my part, I've subjected my totality to much and more. I've made my body into an extension of a tower, blended my soul and memories with those of another self. And each time I would ask myself, what is it that makes me, me?
Were you able to determine an answer?
No. But that doesn't mean I'm confused. It simply means I'm the same as everyone else. So I posit this. Who we were need not prescribe what we now hold in our hearts. Whatever came before, what matters most is the present. For me, that is being here with my friends, full proud of how much we've grown together. So I urge you to not give up. Heed your heart's desire, and hope that the future you long for shall be realized.
I cannot. We cannot. We cannot understand desire, nor comprehend hope. We do not know how to create such things.
We are not unalike, you and I too have struggled to find the courage to express and embrace my wants. If you like, I will tell you a tale. A tale of a world on the brink. of a people who never gave up on the future. Of a man who realized his grandest dreams and then awakened to a grander reality.
You idiot! Just once, stay with us to the end.
Damn. Crystalline path, he has paved it for us. No way he's gone. No way. And the words are normal. They all leave so easily, as if it's nothing. How do they think we feel? Next time we meet, I'll give him such a flick, and then I'll be just to start. I think it's just what this expansion is. Fools, all of them. Fools. Because there's no way it's the end of Final Fantasy XIV. The crystalline path, Gra has paved it for us. Difficult as it is, we must carry on for our friends and all who await us in faith. So come, let us seek the path's beginning. It appears to be near the outpost. Yeah, we're going to get them back. I think what's going to happen is what I said. I think we're going to use Aslan's magics to get them, and then quickly use the teleporters to get back. I hope. I won't let it break me. Don't you worry, I never have, and I never will. Look, Arrow, a portal has opened. Will surely deliver us true. It must. Yeah, I know a lot of people are excited for Final Fantasy XVI. Look up, Arrow. It's as though the stars are being devoured by the dead sun. That's where we're headed, into the maw of darkness. Yeah, because they were even asked, like, is this the end of Final Fantasy XIV? They said no. And considering everything we've learned, there's still a lot of places to explore. There's no way they just end it. No way. Well, here's where the path begins and ascends to dizzying heights. Let's make our way, one sure step at a time. Now more than ever, we must walk as one. Will you go and take Alzay's hand? Our friends got us this far. Their courage, their strength, their wisdom, their love. We owe it to them to continue no matter how long it takes. Off now, okay. God paved this path for us. We were meant to follow it. Alright, be right back real quick. Quick bathroom break before this. Alright, I'm back. Alright, let's go. Should you start to fall, we'll be here to catch you. I know you'll do the same for us. Gra paved this path for us. We were meant to follow it. Yep, let's go. This music is so good. Thancred would scout the road ahead. Ishol and Ryanje would trade opinions on esoteric subjects. Graha would join in their discussion or else chat with me and Alzay about the mission. Steno would be at the rear, apart yet present. All the while you would come and go. Wherever you are needed, together we would travel. All I can hear are my footfalls. My heartbeat is so much quieter now. The fact we can breathe and continue on is proof that the others are still with us. They are, aren't they? portal is barely visible from up here. Truly, we've come far, much farther than would have been possible had we kept chasing perfect ideals as we did in the past. It is because we have known failure and frustration that we have learned and grown from them, that Heidelin has entrusted us with this mission, with the fate of the very star. It's all a dream, isn't it? A long, elaborate dream. Any moment now, I'll wake up in my bed, still a student, grandfather alive, I'd go about my day, relieved, as the fragments of that other life fade away. And that would be happiness, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? That none of it? No. No, I won't give up these experiences, good and bad. They are mine. They are me. Ouch. Rest assured I am fine, but thank you for your concern. What of yourself? Though we can't afford to be too leisurely, neither need we rush unduly. We've crossed an impossible distance to stand where we are now, and we're but a few steps away from journey's end. It will be over before we know it. Me? Oh, I still have plenty of legs left in me, don't you worry. It's you I'm worried about. You always push yourself so hard for us, for everyone, and while we're here, we'll make sure to bear our share of the burden. Thank you. Well, this is it, the end of the path and the beginning of whatever awaits. There will be greater hardships. We may be made to feel powerless. But come what may, let us have no regrets. No, let us have pride in what we have achieved. What we achieved and how it changed us for the better, that's worth fighting for and dying for, as they did. There are some structures up ahead, still a ways to go before we reach the dead sun. Given all this, I know how naive it must sound to hope it all works out somehow. Still, you'll forgive me if I wish for it all the same, for you most of all. Not that you of all people need it, it's just, after all the help you've given me, for once I want to be the one to help you. I think Heidelin said that Azim's magic could bring life to where there is none. So maybe getting to the center of that will bring life to the star. As well as bringing back our friends. Our friends. I know you'll do the same for us. Dash. Of all the recreated worlds we've seen, this one feels the most familiar. This is almost... very similar to home. Normal? It's not unlike many cities we know, but it's deathly quiet. Mayhap the inhabitants are within the buildings or invisible to our senses. Wrong on both counts. There's simply no one here. Medion. This is how I found it when I arrived. Another star which once pulsed with life, but no longer. How it ended, I do not know. Invasion, sickness, suicide, none can say. None live to speak for the dead. They are gone. Gone. Search all you like. We'll only end up turning back. What Medion says is true. What are we supposed to do? You think you've caught me? This form is barely a drop from the ocean that swells within the dead sun. Even so, I could easily unmake you. You are only still alive because of your comrades. But they cannot protect you forever. Till they fade away, I'll satisfy myself with watching you try and fail to find a way out of this lifeless place. If there's no one here, then neither should there be a motion to bar our way. Medion seems convinced we'll turn back. What riddle is this? One way or another, we must find the way forward. Let us make a thorough search of the city. Almost at the end. Whatever Medion may have said, we should confirm it with our own eyes. We need to have a look around. Indeed, at the very least, it doesn't appear to be a sprawling place like those before. We split up, it shouldn't take too long to cover the area. You think you've caught me? This form is okay. Because even if technically no one's here, all this architecture is still proof that whoever made it is still there, a part of them. So maybe it's not entirely lifeless. There doesn't seem to be anyone here. Perhaps you could try calling out. If anyone has heard you, they do not respond. Were it not for the thick layer of dust, one could imagine someone drinking from these cups but moments ago. The object resembles a tree and appears to have been fashioned from a stone-like material. Erected in place of an actual tree or to serve some other purpose, perhaps. Regardless, there's no one left to explain, to tell the story. This place is reminiscent of a bar, but neither patrons nor staff are anywhere to be seen. Egg-shaped containers line the shelves, with a loose fuse sitting on the counter. Vessels for the beverages, in all likelihood. Venue bustling with activity until it was not. Stuff like this, in any form of media, always creeps me out. Trying to figure out, like, what happened. Why is there just nothing here? Because that's even the same in just real life, is just finding areas that are empty. Though set slightly off the ground, this appears to be a door, while the objects to the left could be letterboxes. The door is rusted shut, and the film of dust all over suggests no one has come through it in a long, long time. Excuse me. Let's go talk to Alizé real quick. Trying to see if there are ways to reach the nearby aisles just in case Medion was bluffing. In the distance, you glimpse Alizé picking her way through the ruins, but otherwise spy no signs of life. Anyone can hear me, say something. Your call echoes faintly before being swallowed by the silence. Arrow, take a look at this. If the road is a little longer, we could take it to just beneath the dead sun. But I suppose this is where the reconstruction ends. How about you? Did you find anything of interest? I see. I noticed the same things. Cups left upon tables, chairs out of place. I don't know what happened here, but I do know I don't want to be alone anymore. Yeah. We've searched enough for now. Let's find Alphino and compare what we've learned. Yeah, you're right on Chernobyl. I saw something similar with just the areas around it. Because they had to go immediately, like old clothes on clotheslines. Like stuff just abandoned in the streets.
Did you find anything?
No. This place is completely deserted. And I can't see how we're supposed to move on from here.
Neither can I. It's quite the quandary. There are no denizens to bar our path, yet there is no way forward.
For another mystery, we did find signs of very recent life. You'd swear everyone just vanished into thin air. I wonder how many ruined worlds like this has Meteion seen.
Ah. Could it be? Yes. Yes, I believe I may have puzzled this out. Despite how it appears, it's no different this time. There is someone here who has wished for this ruin. And I believe that together, Alizé and I can overcome their will. I'm afraid it has to be done. For our comrades, for everyone on Aetheris, and for myself. I will not pretend otherwise. I have my fears. Not for myself, but for you. The last to remain. You are no stranger to carrying the burden of others. But I can only imagine how heavy the weight would be this time. As your friend, I cannot bear the thought of making you suffer so.
Then why suggest such a thing? It's too much to ask of anyone, even him. Why must he be the one? Why must he fight alone? More than a hero, he's a dear friend. Not only to us, but to so many others. There are so many people in the world who care for you, and yet... And yet...
Alize, I have an idea. Given the nature of this realm, it may be possible to do more than unbar our friend's path. We might also pave him a new one. For instance, a path where he finds happiness at Journey's End. This much, I think we can believe with the utmost conviction, no matter how deep our despair. So please, believe in us too, and press on. Thank you. What are you?
If the plan's decided, then let's not dally.
Ah, there you are. It was as I said, was it not?
It was. We couldn't find anyone. But this place isn't entirely deserted, is it? You are here. You sought out a star of promise and found a ruined husk. Like us, you explored the devastation. Like us, you were stricken. Horrified by the thought that so many lives could be snuffed out as if they were worth nothing. And the thought that you would have to bear the terrible tidings to Hermes. That which you saw and felt, you shared with your sisters, as did they share their own grim findings with you. Overcome by the pervasive despair of these stars, some of you inadvertently ushered their peoples to their ends. Knowing the horrors you know, anyone would feel the same. They would fear what lies ahead and struggle to move forward.
Fear. I had forgotten that such a thing existed. So focused have I been on shepherding despair.
If you can remember, then you can still face and overcome your own fear.
Why would I bother with such an insignificant emotion? If the despair I command is as a raging river, then fear is but a trickling stream. It can do nothing to alter my flow. You spoke with the Aya, yes? Heard their tale of what awaits the universe. It's true. The stars grow colder and more distant. Eventually, all will enjoy frozen solitude. Using the power of Dynamis, I'm hastening that process. In so doing, nothing will be born ever again. Everyone will remain dead. Alas, it will take time for that to happen. So in mercy, I sent you my gift, to spare you needless suffering. Don't worry. Even if no living witnesses remain to mark the event, I'll make certain that Aetheris has a proper end.
For all the power you wield, you're more fearful than the familiar you used to be. That Meteion feared simply to move forward. But your fear is such that you've given up on everything. I know it well. That sense of defeat. I've tasted my fair share of it. But as many times as we've fallen down, we've learned how to pick ourselves up and carry on. We take each other's hand, share in each other's courage, follow in each other's footsteps, and turn sorrow into strength.
There are times when we fail. We bear wounds that do not heal. But these experiences are part of life, and they make us stronger.
We rise, fall, and rise again. Don't worry about us. You must take the next step, and all the rest after that.
No way am I giving up on them.
Please, let them all be safe. Cryle? Are you all right?
It's nothing. Just a headache.
They'll be fine. I know they will.
Apologies for the interruption. A man arrived on the last ferry, an associate of the Scions. He wishes to speak with you at once.
Could that be Louis Soir? No. It's might be Xenos. The city devoid of life, you sense the presence of another. We're gonna get them back. No way we're gonna lose them. Sorrow of 1,000 worlds weighs heavy, and yet you can walk on. Endwalker, walking alone unto journey's end, the burden weighing heavy.
Need a push? I'll be right there behind you.
Do not despair. You are not without allies.
What we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on.
Upon the souls of they who have sacrificed themselves to pave the way for peace, we will never abandon our cause.
While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others.
Such victories are rarely won without sacrifice, but the prize is worth the price.
And we, for our part, are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Save your tears for the morrow. You may be sure we will have ample cause to shed them, be they for joy or despair.
From tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn.
future shaped by the choices we made in ways we could never foresee.
Yet miracles do happen, so let us pray and will our friends home.
I won't stop praying until I know they're safe.
That figure from before might also be Gaius, but I don't think so.
Strong art thou, mortal.
Look to the light within, that you may continue to serve as a beacon to others.
Let's finish this.
Here the path ends. There is no way to reach our nest. I told you. Resignation and acceptance reign in this place. The rejection of life by those who came to curse it. Those whose dreams were unfulfilled, whose prayers were unheard, whose labors were unrewarded. Hope cannot deliver you unto hopelessness. Our refuge is beyond you. Always has it been. Such is the nature of this place. You should have remained on Atheris. Struggle will avail you not, nor will it grant your comrades peace. Come, let me relieve you of your burden. You've suffered enough.
Asm's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't.
How do we make peace with
That's why it's too soon for this to end.
There are so many people in the world.
You must triumph. Be safe, all of you, and come back.
I am ever grateful.
Came to appreciate most about our stars, that there remains so much we do not know.
After all these years,
Is this the answer I was hoping for?
So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
And Godspeed.
Perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
Do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
I bid them remember, but all this time I'm the one who had forgotten. A right fool you've made of me, Hermes. And to add insult to injury, I've been denied a sound rest, forced to watch this clamorous show.
Oh, come now. It's been a gripping tale. Unbreakable bonds and noble sacrifice, sprinkled with moments of levity to counterbalance the pathos. It's got it all. I, for one, would have been perfectly content to watch enraptured from the stalls. But I won't say no to a bit part.
What are you?
Half-faded souls of the dead. Isn't it painfully obvious? Worry not. We haven't the power to defeat you, nor is it our duty to do so. Not anymore. That being said, we do have a score to settle. So here I am, Vinar. I suppose you needed me to tie it all together, these frayed threads of our history. But knowing you, I suspect there's a joke in it too. Oh yes, I can imagine you gloating over my forgetfulness. Were I feeling charitable, I might assume you had left room for the possibility of this outcome. Even so, you'll get no applause from me. A single gesture will not lighten the burden I've had to bear. Still, you must be commended. Our methods would not have brought mankind this far. And so, as a show of respect to the last of us, I make this declaration. You will not end our journey. That is our answer. The answer of all lives of Atheris, past and present.
As you've called us to the stage, so shall we perform. And creation magics never fail to please. Drawing upon the hopes of your comrades, we will make for you a new path.
What form said path takes depends on you. So focus. Focus and envision that which rejects the claim that you cannot attain your goal.
Ours is the wisdom to weave the fabric of reality. Ours is the power to create.
Meteon, though I gave you these wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run, and so much more. A flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
These Elpis blooms serve as proof that this realm is not utterly devoid of hope. No more can you deny its power. No more is yours the dominion of despair. In case the practical implications were lost on you, your comrades no longer need fight their fight. So go on. Call them back to your side.
May you ever walk in the light.
How disappointing. Not even a single scar in the making to brag about.
You'll find a way regardless.
Honestly, this is far more than any of us could have hoped for. Let us be thankful.
Indeed. That we thus stand reunited is a gift. Let us not squander it, and see that we all return to Etheris.
Aye. As soon as we've averted the final days.
Good to see you again. Our heroic sacrifice paid off, I take it.
Come, my friends. Let us carry on and finish it. Together.
Can you hear me? The voice is within, crying in pain, wailing in sorrow, hurting, hurting. End it. Silence it. Silence our song of oblivion.
The way is open. They can proceed.
So it seems.
leaving?
Of course. The Encore is finished, and I will not suffer myself to live again by Heideling's magic. But more than that, the future you seek is not the past we loved. That is why we fought, and why I lost. But though you defeated me, my ideals are inviolate, invincible. Spare me your pity. I have no use for it. If you would do something for me, save our star. See this tale to a triumphant conclusion, and with elation in your hearts, bid the final curtain fall. Only then may it rise again, and a new tale begin, with new parts for all to play. Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? Or the treasure islands beyond the frozen waters of Blind Frost in Offerd's north? The fabled golden cities of the New World, the sacred sites of the forgotten people of the South Sea Isles. What about Mericidia, the southern continent? Do you know aught of its present state of affairs? I thought not. Even of your little Eorzea, you know precious little. The true identities of the 12, for instance. All of which is to say, expand your horizons, go forth, and seek discovery. Some of the civilizations in the reflections will surprise you. As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much. I certainly did.
I pray we meet again. If not in this life, then perhaps another. Whensoever it should be, I trust it will be a most joyous reunion.
For you, maybe. I want nothing to do with it.
Oh, don't be that way.
That was awesome. Farewell, I'm at Selk and Hythlodaeus. Wow. 'Tis my fervent hope that our ancient friends will find a new beginning, they and all of their brethren who have returned to the ethereal sea. For that to come to pass, we must succeed. We must avert the final days and save Aetheris. To go and see all those places and more, Emmett Selk has given you quite a task. Suffice to say, I should be glad to assist you. Once we return together, triumphant, of course. For all the lives on those stars whose light hath been extinguished, for the ancients who went before us, I offer a solemn prayer. I offer a solemn prayer. No need to explain. I have a rough idea what happened while I was gone. Strange feeling, as though I was struggling in a pitch-black sea. A powerful tide was trying to wash me away, one that churned with hatred and envy for life. And it was all I could do to swim against it. And suddenly I was here. Felt long and short at the same time, hazy as in a dream. But through it all, one thing was crystal clear: you fought with all your being to keep our hopes alive. Can't claim I fully understand the workings of this place, but in that moment, I felt I knew what I needed to do. I felt that it was the right time to offer up this life I owe, that I could risk it all on the wager that the rest of you would manage without me. Full glad am I to see that I was right. As different and mysterious as the ancients may be, they were people not unlike us. First people to fall and feel pain, and the first forced to find a way to rise again. From them we have come, and in our pain and suffering we are connected. Alright, short break, and then go to the end, so be right back. Alright, let's do it. I don't think I ever knew what to say to the man. In retrospect, I always felt like the wrong thing. But the past notwithstanding, he came to your aid in your moment of need. We are here and we will not squander this chance he has given us. We will see this tale to a triumphant conclusion and bid the final curtain fall. Let's usher in an ending worthy of the grandest ovation. One that will give all Aetherius cause to raise their voices in celebration. Whoops. Alright. They give life to... Okay, just to this area. Oh, that's the bridge over there. Alright, what do we got? Yep, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn stand ready for the finale. As do I. You ready, Arrow? Yep. Then let us set forth for the reckoning. Having come this far, I know everyone's resolve is beyond doubt, so I will say only this. Within that dead sun swirls the emotions that Medion has hoarded. The emotions of innumerable souls who strove for happiness but failed. As it was with the denizens of Ultima Thule that barred our way, it is not for us to rebuke and admonish. 'Twas not by passing judgment on the tragic legacies of others that we arrived at this moment. Rather, it was by opening our hearts to their despair, by understanding and acknowledging their fates while still refusing to share in them ourselves. To hold fast to hope, not in ignorance, but by choice. Should you struggle to do so, I am here to help, as you have all helped me. Let's put an end to the end. We will prevail. Aye. The dead end is now accessible. I was not expecting Emmett and Hythlodaeus to show up, so it was really awesome that they did. Small talk. Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus created these flowers from our hopes. Which so mine and Alisae shall live on here. Hope that you will find happiness at journey's end. So let's go, Arrow, and see this tale to its conclusion. Sophano says everyone's resolve is beyond doubt, yet ere we set forth, there is a thought to which I must give voice. While you're in Elpis, I understand that people assumed you're a familiar. In contrast, those phantoms we encountered in the recreated Amaranth regarded us as children. As people, albeit naive and immature, the discrepancy I posit is a reflection of their creator's perspective. Having spent eons among sundered men, perhaps he came to acknowledge us, even if only subconsciously. With Emmett gone, we may never learn the truth, but I will not suffer this and countless other mysteries to go unsolved. Our journey will not end this day. Interesting. Thus far, we have encountered recreations of some few stars. Doubtless they account for but a fraction of the innumerable worlds to whose fall Medion did bear witness. Rolling with torment, the dead sun is forsooth oblivion's apotheosis. It shall be no small coup to breach this nexus of despair. And yet, as this vista doth prove, where there is hope, there is a way. So let us press forward together, as ne'er we have, and find our way unto victory. Seems our arms and armor are in order, as are our personal effects. Most importantly, we have each other. We can only finish what we came here to do. Avert the end, for Menphilia, for Reen, for all who aspire to live. So the moment of reckoning is finally upon us. I must say, when I pledged myself to your cause, never did I imagine that it would bring me to the very edge of existence. Not that I'm complaining, mind you. After casting aside vengeance and shedding title and duty, I found myself running for purpose. In journeying with you, there has been nary a dull moment. In the course of it all, I feel as though I have found a new place for myself, and a welcome opportunity to see how much the boy has grown. I owe you a debt, but as you can guess, I've ever preferred to express my gratitude through action rather than word. My lance is yours. I am returned, thanks to you, but we still have much work to do. I am returned, thanks to you, but we still have work to do if we are to make our promise a reality. Having you show me the sights in Ishgard, then regaling me your greatest adventures, and embarking on a new adventure together, for these things and more, I will fight. What, could there possibly be an adventure greater than this one? Of course, so long as you desire it and dare to take the first step. There is absolutely no limit. Just so you know, Arrow, I won't try to keep up with you in the coming battle. No, I mean to surpass you. If there's anyone who will need to keep up, it's Estinian. I'm not joking, both Alphino and I have worked hard and come far. It's time we set our sights higher. So you'd better watch out, else you'll find yourself in my wake. Alright. So before I do that, let me just see. Interesting that it's a dungeon. Thancred, Alizé, Ishtola. Let's go.
So you are finally here, in this place between death and rebirth, where life knows no dawn. Come then. Follow me down into the darkest depths of despair.
Wow.
Once upon a time, there was a beautiful blue star that fell to pestilence and rotted inside and out.
Oh crap.
The more its people clung to life, the more they suffered.
Warped flesh. Well, actually, a trial might be right after this. I think that's the way it was in Shadowbringers. Oh, I have to remember, I have the new ability too. Liturgy of the Bell. Why do you ask such a question? Do you not see the plague and pestilence that consumes us? Ours is a world of rancid blood and rotting flesh, where death is the only remedy to suffering. There's no meaning to be found in such misery. But it was not always thus. Beneath the waves we knew only peace and plenty. We wanted for naught, yet craved more. That our progeny might someday flourish, we never could. Eventually we ventured to the lands above, bearing flame and iron, toppling any who dared oppose our might. The world was ours for the taking. Oh, yeah, avoid that stuff. Oof. That looks cool. Also, it's a heart shape. Gotcha, Tancred. This place is awesome looking. Even though there's a reason.
Until they curse not the illness, but their fellow corrupted.
Hmm. Okay, they're nuking that one, so I'll help.
I have you now.
Who are they targeting? That one? Gotta remember, I have 2 shields now. 2 charges of it, not just one. Oh, I forgot, I gotta use some food. Oops, stay focused when I'm attacking. Inevitability. This world is not the boundless paradise we were promised. Our population quickly overstripped the habitable land, while seas we thought would shine forever blue ran dry, spoiled in forging the tools of conquest. Cramped homes turned to squalor, and then came the sickness, our undoing, and the final blessing the star has to offer. We are no longer the fools we once were. Wheresoever life goes, death will follow. Indeed, existence is but the most painful path unto nothingness. And the wise embrace their obliteration wholeheartedly. It's as if the affliction warps their very bones. Alright.
Those who lived and festered. Those who died and decayed.
Stay with his Shola. Stola. Or not. Uh-oh.
I will not hold back.
What the hell? Okay, oops. Sorry, team. So, don't I got separated from them. Croesus, flesh dying. Okay. Have to watch out for that. Gives me a chance to look at that world more. Wow. The 6 end behind. Alright, let's try this again.
Those who lived and festered. Those who died and decayed.
You're mine!
Where the hell? Damn it. I went somewhere else. I'm fucked. There we go. I thought it was gonna be in the same spot. So it's just that mist, I'm guessing. Oh, okay. So that's one of those. Fuck. That is not cool at all, honestly. So if that catches me at all, I just die? Must be missing something there. Were any of those things hit? Try this again. Every time I throw that down, get wrecked.
Those who live, those who die.
Follow where Thinker's going. If that stuff just hits you, you just die. That really sucks.
I will not hold back.
Huh.
You underestimate me. I will not hold back.
Oh, so we would have to go north this way. Whoa. Stay with them. Okay.
I will not hold back.
Shit. Okay, so you have to face it. That happens. Okay. Telling the media recalls the suffering in such detail. Ooh, I'm getting the new tomes.
And the very last of them wished they had never been born at all.
Wow. Oh shit.
In
This
a
was that
faraway
war.
place, a brilliant star eradicated disease. Before destroying the self-same lives it had saved.
Damn. This music is really good. Avoid that stuff. I think that's crazy. Peace protocol. Whoops. I'm out of here. This is a really cool dungeon so far.
Its people sought ever greater freedoms no matter the cost.
The otherworldly beings should first grace us with their presence as a sign indeed. They understand that we, the global community, are possessed of the wisdom and compassion needed to guide the star back to the path of righteousness. Yet the freedom fighters dare to remind us, inviting chaos to disrupt the order. We labored so hard to build. They have forgotten the history of the star and its once myriad nations. The wars raged, the countless, lives lost. They must be brought to heal. The world united under a single standard, no matter the cost. Oops. Pretty powerful heal, damn.
Gloves are on.
Get some AoEs down.
I have you now.
tried to buy peace with fire and steel.
Whoa. Oh, like Garlemald. Excuse me. Whoa. We constructed the Peacekeeper, the pinnacle of engineering technology. This mighty war machine was designed to rid us of the freedom fighters, as well as any other potential threats to the peace we have so long pined for. We have so long pined for. The artificial intelligence ensures that this singular function is carried out with cold and calculating precision. Indeed, the 10,000 Peacekeeper units we created have now routed every threat to peace, including us. All that remains is to stand and fight. Wow. I'm too far to back down now, yeah.
I will end this farce.
Peace and perpetuity. The radius of that, 30. Stay where Shaw is for right now. Okay.
You're mine.
No future, huh? Oh. This is crazy. Make sure to... Oop. It's a little bit close, but okay. Yeah. Heal. There we go. Got my regen up on him.
I have you now. You underestimate me.
There. Peace through exterminating its creations. Peacekeeper indeed.
And when one asked, what is the point? There were none left to answer.
I did it. Killed them all. Jesus Christ. I did it. I killed them all. I killed them all. Holy shit. The plenty. 17th end. Lesser time has come, mercy for us all.
Farther still existed a star without strife. Where none remembered life's trials or its
Wow.
joys.
This looks incredible.
My turn!
Sorry if I'm not much. Sorry if I'm not saying much. I'm really focused on what's happening. Curious traveler visited our star, a bird which proffered these questions. What meaning does life hold? For what do you strive? Ah, okay, so that's this. Okay, so that's the significance of the bird. That's how she interacted with everyone. I could find no satisfactory answers, only bittersweet memories of an age long past. There was a time when we were lesser, and in our nescience sought purpose, struggled to justify life's worth. That was, of course, before we achieved perfection. Now, condemned to our paradise, we understand the fatuity of existence. Like the fledglings we once were, the poor bird could not accept the truth. It asked us again and again, hoping perhaps our answer might change. What meaning does life hold? For what do you strive? saving my lilies for right now.
What its people had gained from ease, they lost to apathy.
That looks cool.
My turn! You're mine!
Ah, this way. I need another cookie.
You're mine!
You underestimate me!
Wow. Whoa. This just looks gorgeous. Uh-oh. World tree. They lost their passion for everything, even life itself? Damn. No, how could they?
So they created the kindest, most gentle of beasts.
Wow. Oh yeah, butterflies are deadly, that's for sure.
Its steps were light, and its gift was as painless as it was beautiful.
Oops. I see. Just like the most powerful boss of all time, the Moonlight Butterfly from Dark Souls. Impossible to defeat.
You underestimate me.
Bathed in its golden glow, they all slept happily ever after.
Oh, I see.
You underestimate me.
Oh. Didn't see that through everything else going on.
My turn!
Whoops, I didn't mean to... Fuck. I saw that coming up. Oh, that's right, over here. Damn, that's a run back. Mistakes were made. That's okay. No shortcuts here. You really like that band. They who should not be said. It's been a challenging dungeon so far. Oh, I missed this one. So I don't mind dying. There's a time when we yearned to explore the heavens, found purpose in the hope of unveiling life's mysteries. A dream shattered when we reached enlightenment and found it empty. There was a time when we believed in our legacy, thought ourselves marking a worthy path our successors might follow. Efforts rendered futile when we discovered the keys to paradise and immortality. As individuals, we struggle to know what was right, yet today's perfect unity there's not left to question. We are infinity constructed by the finite, but no more. Rala shall grant us the mercy of annihilation. Oh. Alright. That was a long run back. But that's okay.
So they created the kindest, most gentle of beasts.
There we go.
Its steps were light, and its gift was as painless as it was beautiful.
Oh, crap. Ah, shit.
I will not hold back.
I lost track of the second one. Oh.
You underestimate me. Bathed in its golden glow, they all slept happily ever after.
Oh, you can see the arrows right there. Okay.
You underestimate me.
Okay, I didn't get hit by that this time.
I will not hold back.
So that's the first one. Second one, third one. There we go.
I will not hold back.
They're firing that way, so stand here.
My turn. With heart and steel.
Nice.
Gloves are off.
That must be Red Mage's new limit break, because that looked really fucking cool. That's the first one. Cool. Wow. Just now we have an idea of what drives her. Calamity of disease or war? That's what that said. Calamity of disease or war I can understand, but paradise? Our deep despair we cannot give up. In my strange despair I would not be here with you otherwise. Alright. Good job, team. Let's see what's next.
that you still stand. Your determination defies all reason. The souls within me writhe and recoil in your presence. What must I do? What pain must I visit upon you to make you surrender to despair?
No one is unbreakable. What pains one may weather may bring another to tears. But therein lies our strength. For when we fall, our brothers and sisters are there to raise us up, again and again, without end.
I see. But no matter how much hope exists, ever will there be more despair. Ever will the living curse the present and lament the future. So shall sin until life ceases to be.
Seven hells!
On your guard.
The rage. It rises. Rises.
Stop! Calm yourself, please.
We die in pain. We die in suffering. Who are you to live? Who are you to hope?
Hold on, my friends.
Oriange, watch out!
Alphino!
We cannot comprehend. We cannot know. We cannot know!
Don't, please! Don't do this to them! To yourself!
Just one good strike.
Stop! Please stop!
We will not suffer alone. All will know our pain.
No, you don't!
All awash in ice, a frozen waste, forever silent.
Wait! Don't!
You gifted them escape. And rendered yourself powerless. Bereft of the synergy you claim is your strength. Unless you mean to call upon the dead once more. Defiant to the last, but you will be one with us ere long. You will be battered and torn and made to crawl. You will weep and wail and curse your impotence, curse your life as it fades. As we did, as we died. Such pain and sorrow we felt. Such anguish and rage. We tried. We tried. But it was no use. Only when we surrendered did we find release. Only when we embraced death. So join us in despair and embrace yours. My ultimatum. What is happening?
At the end of everything, I find you, my friend. I sought something in you once, as you did in me. When at last I understood what it was, I journeyed to Sharlayan to seek you out. Struck a bargain with the woman who shares your gift. In exchange for lending the Scions my aid, I was given the means to come hither. Gorging upon what remained of the Mana Crystal, I reclaimed the form of the dragon. And, hungry still for our reunion, I rode the light of the stars to you. I take it this is your prey. But why does it still live? Surely it is no match for you. I assumed you would be above something so banal as despair. Am I mistaken? and I'd rather not give it. Nay, I would have preferred that we enjoy a private reunion. So come! Let us dispense with this distraction, you and I!
You struggle in vain. You will not silence our song of oblivion.
Short break, then we'll finish it up. I'll keep streaming, but I'm going to stop the VOD here because we're almost reached my limit, and I'll pick it up from here, so be right back.